And we are live. Hello everyone, welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright everyone, so we have some interesting news today. Wolfenbarger found not guilty, and we watching the Adelson trial and some interesting testimony from that one. There is, in the hurricanes, more hurricane updates will be coming. And here we go. I'll be switching over to the other window so everybody can see me. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so switching over. Alright, hello, it is me, Alien Spaceship. And hello, Rebecca. Hey there, Rebecca, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. So, everybody, we have the weekend coming up. It's exciting. And where I am right now, it is overcast. It's maybe a little bit stormy. And other places may have different types of weather. There is, as I said, the hurricane up north, in the northeast, with that should be passing out, going over the different parts of the ocean further up north. We'll be seeing what the other hurricanes are doing. So, right, we'll be talking about the Wolfenbarger trial, how that trial has come to a close, and it was a not guilty verdict. Just like with the Dolph murder trial, the defendant, there wasn't enough evidence to convict the defendant in that one, and the way the defense conducted themselves and the way that the other group conducted themselves, the state, there is not guilty. And then this one is the same. It's Miss Hilton, who was in the YSL trial, and she lost that case, and she lost another one. So she's an OG for losing cases, which is fine because a lot of these cases that the state of Georgia brings under Fannie Willis, I feel, are not accurate charges. It seems that there's some holes in their narrative. And many people are, expected it to be like this, expected that to occur. And now what we'll do is we'll go to the other window. We're going to look into some of see any hurricane news, any hurricane updates as we have people come through. Alright. And, okay, going over here. Alright, shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Alright, so alright, we're going to go over here and say the hurricane updates. That looks very big. Alright, let's see for 3 hours ago. Warm start to weekend in New Hampshire as Aaron pulls away. As Aaron continues to pull away from New Hampshire, a continued period of dry weather is taking hold as temperatures begin to climb. Lows will drop into the upper 40 and upper 50s from north to south Friday night under the fair skies. That's some wow, interesting. All right, and it looks like in Saturday up there it's going to be in the 80s in those regions. With sunny sky, temperatures will creep back into the 80s Saturday. Humidity levels will be comfortable. Now, I will say that it's for those that live up north, it's quite fascinating. It will in the month of August, it will drop into 40 and upper 50s north to south Friday night under fair skies. That's some nice weather, right? That's some nice weather, in my opinion. I don't mind hot weather, too. I don't mind the heat. Or, like, going in the sun. It doesn't bother me. But, as I've gotten older, but still, it's nice weather. And, it's a very nice fall season, for the fall season. That's some pretty, crispy weather. Then it'll creep back into the 80s. That's what it's like down here. It'll get hot, and then it goes back to being cold. I mean, it gets cold, and it goes back to being hot. So that's interesting. And like where I am, it's hot and humid, but it's a little tiny bit warmer, a little bit cooler than the rest of the summer. But the hurricane season really heats up around end of August and September. That's when they really heat up. Now, 20 years ago, tomorrow, Hurricane Katrina would have been discovered. That would have eventually made a historic landmark on the city of New Orleans and other regions as well, pretty much the whole state, and other parts with the historic flooding. So, like 20 years ago, it wouldn't even be a couple of days. It'll be all underwater. Lots of it would be underwater. So, anything could happen to anybody in an instant. Anything could change. All right. Highs will be in the low 80s on Sunday, with low humidity levels again. A late day shower is possible on Sunday. Showers are more likely on Monday. Granite statters can expect a road of beneficial rain as much of the state is in modern drought. Be weather aware. Download the WMUR app, Apple or Android, for those that are interested. And looking ahead, it'll be 80, in the 80s and 70s. It'll be 50, 60, in the night. That is quite fascinating. At night, it drops in the 70s here. All right, 4 hours ago. Let's see. Hurricane Aaron updates. Storm weakens to Category 1, moves away from U.S. coastland. Hurricane Aaron has weakened to a Category 1 storm after lashing North Carolina's Outer Banks with rough waves and coastal flooding, and bringing a threat of dangerous waves and potentially deadly rip currents to the East Coast. Aaron remains a Category 1 hurricane as it moves further away from U.S. coastline. Aaron remains a large Category 1 hurricane as it races further away from the U.S. coastline about 400 miles south of Nova Scotia. Alright, so I'm going to show right here we'll go up here. Aaron remains Category 1 hurricane as it moves further away from U.S. coastline. Aaron remains a large Category 1 hurricane as it races further away from the U.S. coastline about 400 miles south of Nova Scotia. Coastal flooding alerts remain in effect from the Carolinas to Long Island to Maine, where 1 to 2 feet inundation is possible in low-lying areas during the high tide. All right, so that is the hurricane category 1. As I was saying, it is up north, going into the ocean. So I suppose it would have already hit us a couple of days ago if it was or maybe last week if it was coming our way. So that's something. Scared. Scared. The storm's large wind field, which extends over 400 miles from the center, is why there have been such destructive conditions along the East Coast, even as the hurricane pulls away. High surf advisories continue from the Outer Banks of the North Carolina to Maine, although Maine, along with threats of possible beach erosion due to destructive waves in areas across the coastal New England. Dangerous surf through Saturday. Waves could reach up to 10 feet in the outer banks up through Long Island, including Jersey Shore, New York City, beaches, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. Maine waves can reach heights of 15 feet into Saturday. High rip current risks are still possible through the weekend along parts of the East Coast, making for dangerous beach conditions. Erin will likely become post-tropical on Friday going into Saturday as it races out to sea. This was at 10:17 a.m. CDT. All right. So Hurricane Erin maintains its strength with maximum winds at 90 miles per hour. The storm is located between Nova Scotia and Bermuda, with center being about 400 miles south of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Erin continues to race away from the east coast, moving east at 28 miles per hour. The storm is expected to become post-tropical by Friday evening, but will remain a large system with a powerful hurricane force, low-pressure system. It continues its trek out to sea. The storm is still expected to bring rough surf and dangerous rip currents for the U.S. East Coast into the weekend. This was 9 a.m. CDT. Overnight, about 50 people were rescued along the Jersey Shore due to flooding brought by Hurricane Erin, according to Margaret Fire Department. Around 16 people were rescued from their vehicle, while 34 people were saved from 2 flooded restaurants. Photos show streets in the area flooded with water. Erin brought coastal flooding damaging surf and dangerous rip currents for the East Coast from North Carolina into New York. Instances of coastal flooding caused scattered road closures. High surf advisories, rip current danger continues into the weekend. High surf advisories continue into the weekend from Outer Banks of North Carolina up to coastal New England as Hurricane Erin moves northeast. All right, high surf advisory for those areas. So, additionally, the rip current danger is expected to be high on Friday from Florida all the way up to Maine, with similar conditions expected this weekend. Swimming at any East Coast beach this weekend is not advisable. All the way to Panama City, high risk. I'm going to go through some of these updates about the hurricane that occurred. Okay. This was at 7:44 a.m. Erin races east, but lingers. Impacts still pose a threat to some areas. As of Friday morning, Hurricane Erin continued to move northeast and is weaker than days prior, with maximum winds down to 90 miles per hour, and all tropical storm warnings discontinued. Erin is still a very large storm impacting the East Coast with coastal flooding dangers, dangerous surf, and breezy conditions. Coastal flooding alerts remain in effect from Carolinas to Long Island and coastal New England, where 1 to 2 feet inundations possible in low-lying areas with high tide through Saturday. While the worst of Erin has already passed and the storm will continue to race away from the U.S. this weekend, there will still be some lingering impacts, including beach erosion and coastal damage from the large wave and coastal flooding along the shoreline. New York extends swimming ban. Due to the high surf and rip current risk, New York City is extending its swimming ban. Beaches were first closed to swimming on Wednesday and Thursday, and now will also be closed for swimming on Friday. Wading is also not allowed, officials said. You see, it says no swimming because you had people that were trying to swim in this water, and they were trying to tell people not to do that. All right. Erin, massive Category 2 hurricane, more than 700 miles wide, is located about 285 miles east of North Carolina's Outer Banks and is moving northeast through the Atlantic. Tropical storm and storm surge warnings remain in effect for the Outer Banks, where wind gusts could reach 50 miles per hour and the surge could climb to 40 feet. Coastal flooding Coastal flood alerts are in effect from the Carolinas up to coastal Connecticut, where 1 to 3 feet inundation is possible in low-lying areas. Large waves and flooding may property inundate property and roads along the coastline, especially the Outer Banks. Hurricane Erin will weaken as it moves away from East Coast over next 24 hours, but coastal impacts, especially in Northeast, will linger through Friday, potentially into Saturday. High surf advisories continue from Florida to Maine. The peak of the waves along the mid-Atlantic Northeast beaches will be Thursday and Friday. Waves could reach 17 feet from Outer Banks of New Jersey and New York. Waves could climb to 20 feet in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Maine Thursday night through Saturday. Dangerous surf. High surf, high surf, high surf. The rip current danger is high from Florida to Maine on Thursday, and the threat will last through Friday. All right, so you have this high. This is what was, past news about the hurricane. There's, all along the East Coast, there's these rip currents, and it was causing, turf issues for the east side. Oh, hello, Anna. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. And we are kind of just going over things from today in the hurricane. And also what we did was we talking about the hurricane. It is going farther out into the ocean up north, and it's causing some weather issues for people on the East Coast. And a good evening to you. So, just kind of going through some things from the past few hours and days, before, yesterday and earlier this morning. Now, I will say this, that with the trial in Wolfenbarger. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. With this storm it would have already been over where I am, or Florida or Texas, a couple of days ago. Now, tomorrow will be 20 years. Hurricane Katrina was discovered 20 years ago tomorrow, off the coast of Florida, in the Bahamas, in that area. And then it went over Florida, then it went into NOLA and made history. So, in today, Wolfenbarger was found innocent on everything. And Georgia loses another case. Scared. Right. The rip current danger is high from Florida to Maine Thursday, and that threat will last through Friday. No one should be in the ocean in New Jersey, Governor warns. New Jersey Gov. Phil Murphy warned on Thursday that life-threatening rip currents will be present at all ocean beaches across the state the next few days due to Hurricane Erin. Absolutely no one should be in the water today or tomorrow, he wrote on social media. And you have the different flags of telling people to not swim. That's what that means. And it said, getting rain off and on here for a week. A lot of thunder, and my Dylan dog is clinging to me. Shout out to Dylan. And I'm getting some rain too. It's kind of cloudy, overcast here. I'm getting some like kind of rain from it too. Yeah. Scared. Yeah, the pets do not like thunder and lightning. They don't like the weather to be too bad. Also up north, it's going to drop to 50s and 40s at night, and then it's going to warm back up in the day to 80s. Hurricane Erin is about 260 miles east of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and is quickly moving away from East Coast. Erin is very large in size, with hurricane force winds extending to 105 miles from its center and tropical storm force winds extending out to 320 miles from its center. Oh, okay, Anna, thank you. Closest to Fort Lauderdale. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, thanks for updating me about that. Where the like location is. Coastal flooding and tropical storm force winds are ongoing along coastal parts of North Carolina and Virginia. Photos show initial flooding damage of Hurricane Erin to Outer Banks. Photos show Hurricane Erin initial impact on Buxton, North Carolina, which parts of Outer Banks. Yeah, that's the ocean, a vast ocean, and it's hitting the beach pretty hard. That's what it was doing earlier. Life-threatening rip currents still possible on the eastern seaboard. So earlier, yesterday it was life-threatening to the eastern seaboard. So yeah, they got, although like they're kind of making it out to be going to the ocean, it's quite intense what it was able to, how close it got to the shore. And coastal flooding alerts for the rest of the East Coast. And it's surprised they're lucky for the cooler temperatures. We stick out our water not from the Keys about I think 3 hours. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they have like fall type temperatures up there right now. It's still like late summer for like where I am. It's humid and hot, but it's not as hot as it was like the previous months. But it's still at night, but it's still pretty hot and humid. And we stick out on water not far from the Keys, about I-3, I think. Yeah, lucky them. Yes. Erin's outer bands now brushing the Outer Banks. Hurricane Erin outer bands are now brushing North Carolina's Outer Banks, and conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate through the night. The region is just coming off high tide, so many ongoing coastal flooding issues will likely subside a bit heading into the region's low tide around midnight. However, large and dangerous waves are likely to persist along the east coast, along the coast. The next high tide for the Outer Banks will generally occur Thursday morning between 5:45 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. This depending on the location, with intensifying coastal impacts. Anna said, still surprised because East Coast north of me, we all getting the heat now. Yeah, because you're on the same coastline as they are, just in farther south. Yeah, and when we're closer to the equator, it'll do that because the sun's more directly pointed at us than up north. And we will, in a couple of months, or maybe even next month, or the end of next month, at least where I am. Now, Anna, does it get cool in the winter where you are, or does it always stay kind of hot? Because I know some parts of Florida don't get cold, from what I saw. Where I am, the end of like a month from now, where I am, it starts to get cooler, and the leaves start falling off the trees. Anna said a lot of old houses in New England states were built without air conditioning. That is true, and they, yeah, they were not, and it was also before it was invented, and up there it just was not really as hot to have an air conditioning. Where I am, some houses are built without air conditioning, but it needs air conditioning here. Yeah, that is true, and when people are up north, it's the heat is not that severe up there as it is down here because we have a lot of humidity. You see, Hurricane Aaron was making destruction to the East Coast without making landfall. Hurricane Aaron may not make landfall, but is still could have devastating consequences for East Coast residents. The first hurricane of 2025 Atlantic season is forecast to cause rough surf, large waves, and life-threatening rip currents for much of East Coast, despite churning northward several hundred miles offshore. Anna said, "We have gotten into the 30s, but rare. Have had 40s, but usually cool snaps and 50s and 60s." Oh, okay. Thank you. Where I am could get into the 20s. It gets like below freezing where I am in the winter. And the humidity makes it even more cold. Scared. All the vegetation dies. Yeah, everything dies. Then it comes back. Like where I am turns to a tundra. Impacts expected to increase in Outer Banks over next few hours. Yeah, so that was from, like a day ago. It was affecting the coast. Line right that. Conditions across much of North Carolina's Outer Banks will continue to deteriorate in the coming hours. The next high tide is occurring across the Outer Banks region through 7:30 p.m. Waves and surf will continue to build back into the coast. Impacts are expected to increase over the next few hours. And that's a diagram of it. It is going out into the ocean and it'll become a low. Over 2,000 people evacuated from North Carolina's Oracoke Island. Wow, as I said, that was a very big hurricane. Very huge, because it has all that space to get bigger and bigger. More than 2,000 people have evacuated by ferry from Oracoke Island. Scared. Part of North Carolina's Outer Banks following mandatory evacuation orders due to Hurricane Aaron, according to the governor's office. Ferry service will continue as long as the weather holds, the governor's office said. And Anna says, whomever is here, say hello and hit the like button. Yeah, probe that like button. Shout out to all of you watching, lurking, listening. And yeah, glad that y'all are tuning in. And then we have rips were observed along during Tuesday, including this strong rip observed by Wrightsville beach, ocean, rescue drone, dangerous rip, and rough surf will continue Wednesday through Friday as swells from Hurricane Erin impact areas of the beach. Yeah, because you are by a beach, Anna, from what you said, and this is the beach up north. A much colder beach. Do not drive through floodwaters, Stein stress, adding that no one should be in the ocean. Dangerous Hurricane Erin is forecasted to bring coastal flooding, massive waves, tropical storm, force winds, storm surge, life-threatening rip currents to North Carolina, Josh Stein warned Wednesday. New York beaches ban swimming. Mayor Eric Adams warned, even if you are an experienced swimmer, it's important to not go. A shout out to the spaceship party. Okay. So when it's going towards England and the United Kingdom and Ireland, it's going to be just a low. Anna says about 15 to 20 minutes from Hollywood Beach, Fort Laud, a little farther up. Ah, okay. Okay, understood. Oh, hello, Moki. It is great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Anna says we have friends here that live across the pond in England. Oh, that's cool. My father and his and my dad's family lives in England. It's from my dad's side. So that's pretty, cool because my father's side's from there. Oh, hello, Michael. Good to see you, buddy. Yes, absolutely. And he was, he was found not guilty, and we'll get into that. Alright, and Moki says, hi, Anna, Michael, and Rebecca. Alright. So that is the coverage for this storm. It is heading out. No. We have Kathy. Oh, it's a very wonderful surprise. Oh, to see you. Oh, welcome to the stream. Yes, Smokey, I think they went there to celebrate. Yeah, now, also, we previously talked about the hurricane up north, and it's causing lots of storms and rain in that region, but it's going to be heading out east, and it's going to be heading out farther into the ocean, and there will be lows, there will be 40s to 50s at night, and during the day in the 80s, it'll go back up to the 80s for the up north people. Yes, Kathy, absolutely. Yes, they need to get the Waffle Guy's DNA. Yes. Oh, Nanu, my space brother. Good to see you, Ben. I'm glad you're able to come by. Christopher Wolfenbarger found not guilty of deleting, dismembering wife. A jury has found Christopher Wolfenbarger not guilty of his wife's 1998 murder. The Fulton County jury began deliberating on Friday afternoon, returned a not guilty verdict. Just a few hours later, Christopher Wolfenbarger appeared visibly relieved upon hearing the verdict. Melissa Wolfenbarger, 21, disappeared in 98, not long after Thanksgiving in April and June of 99. Detectives found dismembered human remains in trash bags not far from her home. Moki said, I saw Joey crying his eyes out after the verdict. Oh, yes. Yes. I would imagine. Kathy, so while watching a trial, we were thinking that there wasn't evidence to convict the defendant in this situation. Now, other opinions, I'd like to hear other opinions if there are any other opinions. And the state of Georgia, which is the same group of people that was trying to convict the YSL group and they failed, and Young Thug pled out. He did the plea deal. So with the YSL, it's, from Miss Hilton, she was the prosecutor. Now, the father was a serial killer, who deleted many people like a hitman. And it's possible he did do it hypothetically. I'm not denying he could have, but it doesn't seem like, or the way the prosecution presented it, it didn't seem like there was evidence to convict him. Now, we're thinking possibly the Waffle House guy was the one that did it. Now, it could have been somebody that wanted revenge because the guy was murdering people. Maybe somebody wanted revenge on him for what he did to somebody else, and they did it that way. And as I said, just because somebody was found not guilty doesn't mean that they really didn't do it. There just wasn't enough evidence to seem to convict the person. I feel that the state of Georgia is clumsy, and Fulton County is clumsy, and Miss Hilton's even more clumsy. So it's just and they're not really that popular. So it just wasn't. We were predicting it would probably be a not guilty verdict in this situation, and it happened. I don't think he did it, but I don't know who did. But we don't really know for certain. And they certainly didn't test enough people's DNA against the DNA on the bags. Right. And this is from a long time ago. This was 26 years ago. I was a little baby. I was Baby Yoda when this incident occurred. And Kathy said he was abusive. That led me to think he did. Yeah, I remember we did read that, Kathy, that he was abusive, and that certainly would hint that he may have been the person that was perpetrating it. Now, I was thinking it's possible that, as I said, I'm not denying that was true. Now, allegedly, there was going to be... Yes, Michael, I'm being very kind when I call them clumsy. Now, with the being abusive, it seems like it was hearsay with the abuse, and she is a mess, Hilton, such a shame. Yes, and with that situation, it would seem like it was hearsay, and it was possible that the mother may have been trying to put the blame on him to maybe deflect it from something else, possibly. But yeah, yeah, shout out to Baby Yoda. And he was, I'm not denying he was abusive, and couples can get in fights. I'm not denying that. It seems like a speculation. And as I said, somebody could be guilty, and the state was just stupid on how they presented the evidence. It was like a Timu brain, a Timu prosecution. So that is my opinion about it. And Moki's saying there really wasn't enough reliable evidence of abuse, and he hasn't had any arrests in 25 years. That is good. And if someone's abusive, the last thing they may want to do is delete their spouse, because if they're already abusive, it's going to look like they're guilty, and there may have been a possibility that they were going to have another child. But as I said, I don't know for certain. Maybe he did do it, and there just wasn't enough evidence to convict him. But I do think in this situation, it just was on thin ice. It wasn't really concrete to put him in that area, and that's guilty. In that guilty, come on, alien category. See, I'm being clumsy right now. I'm being a Timu alien the way I presented that, but it's all good because I will learn from that. Because the spaceship it's been a lot running the spaceship today. Scared. That's to see Chris and Mom locked her in her room to keep her from Chris. Right, and the family is a very bizarre story, because you have this family that's going and murdering people, and she was agreed to plea against her husband to take given immunity to testify against her husband because she was an accomplice. And when somebody's deleting people, he's kind of like an assassin. That's what the guy's like. He's not like a Ted Bundy or what's his name, Gacy, or one of those, or Brian Koberger. He was like an assassin of some sort. But he's still classified as a serial killer. And maybe somebody wanted to get revenge on him. There's even some theories that they had something to do with her murder, but why would they do that? And now, was it possible was she cheating, and somebody was angry and wanted to take her out? There wasn't enough evidence to convict him. And like what G talks about, where in a trial, a lawyer's job is to make the person look innocent as possible, regardless if they did it or not. It's all about, and then somebody could be innocent and they make them look guilty. So it all depends on the way it's interpreted. But yeah, it just didn't seem like enough evidence to convict. And Kathy says, I left the trial early. I don't remember why. I don't think her father did it. Oh, okay. Okay. That's an interesting perspective. You don't think the father did it? Okay, so maybe he was framed, possibly. That's interesting. I've not heard that yet. And Anna said, Mom said on the stand, Dad would beat Melissa after running off of Chris. You see, the parents didn't like Chris. Now, of course, that is also hearsay, because we can't really prove that. But it's been 20-odd years, over 20-odd years, nearly 30 years ago. So, yeah, I do think that it is very plausible that they obviously not going to talk positive about him if they didn't like him. We do not know who really did it, okay? We have theories, but we don't know. The murderer may have walked away, for all we know. It's possible, too. So, yeah, it's just we haven't seen the verdict. I mean, not the verdict. We haven't really seen who really did it. We don't know at the moment. They need to go and see about if DNA can match anybody. Because there's been some cases in recent times where they're able to find people guilty of crimes that they committed 70 years, not 70 years is a stretch, that they committed 50 years ago, or 60, 70 years ago. Oh, okay, so Kathy said, I'm sorry, I don't think he hurt his daughter. I believe that he did the other things. Okay. So you believe that he did the other murders, but not his daughter. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem as the most popular opinion that he did it to his own daughter. I would think that would be unlikely. That's just a theory that was been thrown out there, because they had a history of deleting people. If anything, they would go and delete Chris. So, but I think that a likely possibility is that somebody wanted revenge for what they did. Or it's the waffle guy or the milkman for some reason, and we don't even know. Like, it could be some variable we're not aware of. Anna said Waffle House cook she was hanging with too. I thought he looked creepy. Yeah, he could be. It could be him. It could be him. They didn't even investigate the guy. Absolutely, absolutely. Very good point, Stat. Her remains were identified via dental records in March 2003. Christopher Wolfenbarger was arrested for Melissa Wolfenbarger's murder in 2024 because of the new DNA evidence. Defense attorney Don Samuel told Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Wine after the verdict was announced that the case was unusual because all the scientific evidence points to his client's innocence, and he has the hair and DNA found in bags where Melissa Wolfenbarger body was found do not match Christopher Wolfenbarger. Okay, Moki. Okay, sure. I will look for. I will be. If we can't find anything today, I'll certainly be looking for it, and we'll look for it tonight. Okay. I've never eaten at a Waffle House. Oh, you haven't? You haven't, Kathy. I have been to one at some point. There's one close to me. I don't know if I've been to one before. I don't know if I've eaten at one, but I've gotten something from there, and at least we were gonna go there, but we didn't. But yeah, I did go to one time. I mostly, when I went to places with Mary Toodles and the family, we'd go to IHOP. But yeah, I've not. Yeah, I've been to one before. Now I've been to coffee shops. That's similar. I've been to coffee shops. They have a lot in the city. My grandpa really loves them. Him and his best friend go every Saturday at coffee shops, and they get like a little snack, and they get some coffee and chill. Defense attorney Don Samuel told Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Wine after the verdict was announced that the case was unusual because all the scientific evidence pointed to his client's innocence. He says the hair and DNA found in the bags where Melissa Wolfenbarger's body was found do not match Christopher Wolfenbarger. Anna said, Mokes, are you getting a visit from Aunt Mary? Waffle House is good. Belgium waffle is awesome. Oh, thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, we certainly do. Waffle House good. Belgium is awesome. And Moki says, Anna, girl, not in several years. Been drinking and eating like crazy, though with my aunt in town. Not proud to admit, but been to many a Waffle House, including one just outside Atlanta in Alpharetta. Ah, okay, Michael. Okay. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I've been to Waffle House before, like once, a very long time ago. Oh, Glow. Scared. 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 Haven't seen Aunt Mary since 43. Oh. Michael, these days you are talking your life into your own hands going to a Waffle House. Oh. Alien reading our period stuff is cracking me up. Scared. And Moki said, and I went through it too early, too. Scared. Defense attorney, okay, and he added that he expects Christopher Wolfenbarger to be processed out of Fulton County Jail in time to eat dinner at home. A spokesperson from Fulton County District Attorney's Office said, "We always respect the jury's verdict." Defense attorneys admitted the couple had a tumultuous relationship, but said Christopher Wolfenbarger did not delete his wife, and they said how he didn't report her missing for nearly 2 years because she had already moved out and given up parental rights to the children. Michael said, "My Waffle House visits were at 2 in the morning after Friday or Saturday night run." Ah, okay. The graveyard shift hour. Yeah. I'm sure it was, I guess, nice to have some waffles, whatever you got, at the spooky hour. Yeah. But yeah, it's. I could imagine it was intense. Yeah. Anna said, "Saw a young girl cooking in Waffle House by herself, and she was spectacular. Chick was cooking like a fine-tuned machine. I could see her whole kitchen from my table." Yeah, there was a time some friends of mine from school were going to the Waffle House, and they were going to invite me, but I was not around. I don't know. It was very early in the morning, and I wasn't like I was at one of my friends' houses, and they were like, "You want to get some waffles?" But I wasn't. I was awake because I was up, but I probably like went to sleep briefly, and I just didn't hear the thing go off. But yeah, anyway, some of my friends go to Waffle Houses. Christopher could safely assume she decided to live her life on her own terms, said Joel McDermott. Waffle House when traveling on the road. Waffle House after a drunken night for me. Yeah, Michael, that's why I was assuming it was probably quite intense. Okay. Wolfenbarger is found not guilty. Reading some more context about this. Ben says Waffle House in Florida are dangerous people. Go there just to fight after high school games and bars. Getting out are territorial. It's crazy. Don't go anymore. Oh, Lord. Scared. Oops. Knocked down a innocent can. A Georgia man has been acquitted of murder more than 2 decades after his wife's remains were found stuffed in a trash bags near his workplace. Christopher Wolfenbarger, who was arrested in August 2024 for the murder of Melissa Wolfenbarger, leaned back in his wheelchair and heaved a sigh of relief when the verdict was read on Friday. Juror deliberated for just 2 hours before coming to a decision, a devastating blow to Melissa's family, who had fought for years to bring charges in the case. High school games after thing at Pizza Hut. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that's another one. That's how the Waffle Houses are in Georgia. With the wings flying. Oh, sometimes there's fights and like there's some Popeyes that had a fight go on. In some fast food restaurants like Burger King, there's some fights that happened. They're quite scared. When Melissa disappeared in late 1998, Wolfenbarger told police she had left on her own to pursue her dream for starting a new life in California. The Atlanta Police Department told Dateline in 2021. The next year, Melissa's remains include her head were found stuffed in a trash bag directly across the street from where Wolfenbarger worked at the time. Her torso was never found. Her remains were not identified until 2003 when a DNA sample used to help convict her own father, Carl Patton, of an unrelated murder across Atlanta police. Judge told him to please rise. That was funny. Yeah, and he couldn't. Yeah, I remember that. And he kind of nearly got out the chair, but he got out the wheelchair, but didn't. Pizza Huts don't have in-store seating any longer because of fights. Oh my goodness. Over where I am, there's Pizza Huts, but I like Domino's the best. That's nice and thick, and I'm talking about thick, scared, thick and crusty. Carl Patton was arrested and later charged for string of unrelated killings from 1970s known as the Flint River Murders. His arrest was finally identified her remains. Melissa's mother, Norma Patton, previously told The Independent, if he had never been arrested, we might have never known. Melissa's deletion was not at the hands of her father, who had been cleared in her murder, but what happened to her remained a mystery for decades. Her case only began to gain some traction in 2017 when crime scene investigators Cheryl McCollum got her hands on it after the slain woman's mother came for help. You can't give up. You just can't keep going. Talk to anyone who listened, because you don't know who that person might be to help, Norma said. That's what Cheryl did for us. She opened the door and helped us walk through it. Oh, do you want a croissant? I don't know how I respond to someone about French toast. I said I wanted a croissant, and Lynn wanted a burnt croissant. Oh, there is this thing where the Carl from from Jimmy Neutron, he loves to eat croissants. His arrest is what finally identified remains. Melissa's mother, Norma Patton, previously told The Independent, if he had never been arrested, we might have never known. Melissa's deletion was not at the hands of her father, who had been cleared of her murder, but what happened to her remained a mystery for decades. Her case has only begun to gain some traction in 2017 when crime scene investigator Cheryl McCollum got her hands on it after the slain woman's mother came to her for help. You can give up. You just keep going. Talk to anyone who will listen, because you don't know who the person might be to help, Norma said. That's why Cheryl did for us. She opened the door and helped us walk through it. Ben says, I started calling French unrest burnt French toast because he was trolling Tom about Soleil, who has me blocked since 23. Although it took off from there. Oh, Lord. More drama with that? Okay. Shout out to Tom. But yeah, just Melissa's case was in the first one to be featured on McCollum's podcast Zone 7 when it launched in February 2023. Then, in a stunning turn of events, over a year later, on April 24, a listener who heard the episode reached out to McCollum and shared crucial bit of information. 3 months later, August 24, Melissa's husband was arrested, indicated by a grand jury for her murder, with DNA connecting him to the crime. The long-awaited trial began a year later, and the jurors heard just a week of testimony before they were handed in the case. Melissa's mother, Norma Patton, took to the stand earlier this week, revealing that she was once married to a serial killer, Carl Patton, and that she had helped him with murders. Quote, "I help him dispose of bodies," Patton admitted, and she took a plea deal for immunity in exchange for testifying against him. A quick jury found Christopher Wolfenbarger not guilty of the murder of wives in Wolfenbarger's case. Moki said Norma did all this podcast stuff because she thought Carl would be paroled if Chris was arrested because police were still suspicious of Carl. Here is my problem with this trial. They had new evidence in 2024, but that new evidence had nothing to do with Christopher. What the F? Yeah, Michael, elaborate on that. Indicted. Scared. In prosecution's closing argument, Fulton County Deputy District Attorney Vincent Fawcett described Melissa as being manipulated, intimidated, coerced, and abused, arguing that the defendant murdered Melissa when he lost control over her. But defense attorney Joel McDermott delivered his closing argument, arguing the state's case containing gaping holes and that there is no direct evidence pointing to his client. All right, Ben Moki says, Ben pulls. Plus, there was a lot of other residents around. I don't think she could know who was fighting or where glass was breaking. Wendy on the stand today said Melissa was autistic and easily manipulated. Scared. All right, so that is the case of Wolfenbarger. Not guilty. All right. The other trial we're watching is the Adelson case. Alright, Ben says, very sad for a beautiful young lady to be gone so soon and give her baby up. Tragedy all the way around. I hope they find her killer, the leader. Amen, Ben. I agree. Donna Adelson trial recap. Attorneys begin questioning witness in Dan Markle murder case. Prosecutors and defense launched into the opening statements, and several witness testimonies include Luis Rivera, who was key witness in Donna Adelson's trial for the infamous murder for hire for Dan Markle, a Florida State University law professor, and her former son-in-law. After 3 full days of grueling questioning, examination of the 12-person jury, and 2 alternates were locked in Thursday. A reported for duty Friday for the first wave of witnesses and evidence. Everyone reported that the courthouse at 8:45 a.m. to start the trial. Adelson, 75, is charged with the first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation in the 2014 Markle murder of one of Tallahassee's most notorious cases. The crime had led to the convictions of 4 others, including her son, Charlie Adelson, and the murderer plot happened. As Markle and his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, were feuding over the custody of their 2 sons. Ben said The hitman said on the stand today, Wendy was also one who wanted Dan dead. Wendy is next and will take the stand on Monday if she shows up. Yeah, it has not been proven that she had something to do with it, but it's suspected that she did. That's really wild, Ben. And also, Moki is wondering if Gloria watches Adelson. I think will walk in this case of murder. Some peeps think Wendy will take the 5th and not incriminate herself, but I don't know where the info comes from, if any truth of it. After 3 full days of grueling questioning and examining the 12-person jury, the 2 alternatives were locked in Thursday. A report for duty Friday for the first wave of the witnesses and evidence. Everyone reported to the courthouse at 8:45 a.m. to start the trial. Adelson, 75, is charged with the first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation in the 2014 Markle murder, one of Tallahassee's most notorious cases. The crime has also led to convictions of 4 others, include her son Charlie Adelson. The murder plot happened as Markle and his ex-wife Wendy Adelson were feuding over custody over their 2 sons. Anna said, we saw Glow this afternoon. Yeah, facts. Ben said, Anna, she has used immunity, so she must testify. Adelson, 75, is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy, the solicitation, in 2014 Markle murder, one of Tallahassee's most notorious cases, and the crime had led to the convictions of 4 others, including her son, Charlie Adelson. The murder plot happened as Markle and his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, were feuding in court over the custody of their sons. The 75-year-old was arrested in November 2023, 1 week after her son was convicted in the murder scheme as she and her husband Harvey Adelson attempted to board a one-way flight to Vietnam. Nearly 2 years later, her trial is beginning after numerous delays due to attempts to have the trial moved from Tallahassee to Miami, hiring new consensual, and more. Court enters recess. Leon Circuit Judge Stefan Aravet said that the court will be in recess until next week. Please report on Monday morning at 9:15 a.m. Everett said, "Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you Monday." Do not read, seek any information about the case, Everett added. The jury was dismissed. Defense cross-examines Luis Riviera. Jackie Fulford, who was representing Donna Adelson, had Luis Rivera quickly recap parts of his testimony. "I just want to be sure I understand your testimony," Fulford said of Rivera. Rivera confirmed he was one who purchased the gun or pew-pew for killing but didn't actually murder Dan Markel. Fulford had Rivera point out who was involved in the murder with a photo. One photo marked Wendy Adelson as a person who wanted Markel deleted, but Rivera did not point out Donna or Harvey Adelson. Oh yeah, Moki, it's an interesting trial. It's interesting. Convicted hitman. Luis Riviera takes the stand. One of the convicted hitmen, Luis Riviera. Hello, Tom. Good to see you, buddy. Rivera was Latin Kings gang member who Sigfredo Garcia asked to help carry out murder scheme. Garcia was the father of Catherine Maga Banyua's child. In the time of Dan Markel murder, she was dating Charlie Adelson. Riviera is currently serving a 19-year sentence for the murder of Markel. His sentence was lessened after he cooperated with the state, providing them information about the murder for hire. He told the jury that he never had contact with the Adelson family, and communication went through Mag Buna, and he was paid $35,000 for his role in the murder. Garcia received 40 grand, and he said he couldn't remember how much Mag Buana entered for her role in the plot. After a time, the murder was Katie Mag Buana with the dentist. Was she with Garcia? Both Assistant State Attorney Georgia Chaplin asked. All right. And Tom says about the other situation. The burnt croissant comment was something that was snide comment from someone last week. So now it irritates her. Is she too sensitive? Yes, I agree. But she wound up leaving. And, alright. So, and Ben says, big point on Wendy's guilt. Yeah, absolutely. Both Rivera responded. A piece of paper with Markle's face and address was given to Rivera and Garcia after they were hired to delete Markle. The two gang members who consider themselves to be brothers visited Tallahassee twice in relation to the crime they were hired to commit. Rivera said they didn't kill Markle the first time they caravanned Tallahassee because they did not want to delete him in front of the kids. Well, he didn't know Adelson. He said he knew that he was helped a lady named Wendy to get her kids back. Yeah, shout out to Tom. Yeah. Glow said, Tom, oh, I never said burnt croissant. I wanted a plain croissant with my coffee. I was dead serious. I wasn't trying to offend anyone. Carl from Jimmy Neutron wants a croissant. I mean, I want a croissant too. Like, I want one when they're stuffed in the middle is very good with vanilla or chocolate is delicious. And shout out to the French. I'm part French. I mean, I'm in a French city. Like, well, it was part of France hundreds of years ago, but still, I'm part of a colony of France. So yeah, shout out to the I want to take that part out. Shout out to the French, cool people. Oh, Joyce. Oh, welcome to the chat. Hello there, my friend. Welcome. On the day Markle was died, Rivera pulled the Prius into drive, and Garcia hopped and shot Markle through the window of his car. Rivera said Garcia threw the pew-pew into the ocean on their way back to Miami, and here they both were from. Quote, do you remember when you turned your phone back on and then the murder? Chaplin asked. Hey, good to see you, Tom. Yeah, now, this case has a lot of twists and turns. And I think that it is important to, monitor and watch these cases. To make sure that, someone's guilty, someone's innocent is very interesting to see. All right, Anna. Yes, I do. I've not been to them in a very long time, but... Okay. Yeah, and the bakeries are very good here. Bakeries are very good here, Anna. They're very good. And that's my favorite right there. Yeah, yeah. Moki was here. I don't know if she had to go clean the boxes or something. She should be around. Yes, indeed, Anna. Yes. And also, a lot of the grocery stores, Anna. A lot of the grocery stores have bakeries and bakeries like that in there. All right, here we go. And Ben says, "I love custard inside my croissant and strawberry preservatives on top. The lather thick. Oh, very delicious. Very delicious. Very good." Not really, Rivera said. But Rivera did remember who they called first after the murder of Mag Buana. She had their money and was trying to give it into the hitman. He said that the money was weird when he received it because it was slappled together. A month after the murder, the men used the money to buy new cars and motorcycles before he and his Garcia deleted. Marco Rivera said he suggested robbing the Adelsons for money instead of going through with the hitman. Oh, thank you, Liberty. It was nice seeing you today at the trial chat. It was very nice having you there. We're doing a review about it. Welcome. Anna said, "I'm their dude. Probably never make it to Paris. Scared." And Anna said, "Hot with butter." Oh, definitely. Glow said, "Y'all like your stuff sweet. Makes my teeth hurt." Oh, yeah, I understand. Yeah. Defense cross-examines ISOM. Josh Zellman, Donna Adelson's attorney, asked Craig Isum how long he had been in Tallahassee Police Department at the time he investigated Dan Markle's murder. Yes, Glow, I will certainly do that. Consider it done. Yes. He said he had been a detective for 6 years by the time he was assigned for Markle's case. All right. Now it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, you don't want to leave any stone unturned, right? Zellman asked. Yes, I assume answered. Zellman asked I assume if it was true that Donna Adelson shared an email address with her husband. Harvey Adelson, I assume, agreed. Zellman showed multiple printed out emails that show email addresses Donna Harvey at gmail.com with the name Harvey Adelson next to the email address. Scared. Oh, Tom, glad you're able to reverse it. You spelled it correctly, Glow. Yes. Correct. You did it right. Oh, I've eaten these. Like one of my neighbors, when they used to live here, they would make these. Yeah, definitely. Now it is important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, you don't want to leave any stone unturned, right? Zellman said. Yes. Okay, we already read that. Okay. Going through the next part. Yeah. Yeah, Anna. Yeah, scared. Isom also testified that he was contacted by someone who identified himself as Charlie Adelson's attorney, not Donna's attorney. No person ever reached out to him on Donna's behalf, he said. Assistant Assistant State Attorney Georgia Kaplman redirected her examination and shared additional emails that show the same email address but with Donna's name attached to them, and another email showed Donna and Harvey had signed the bottom of the message. Oh, yeah, Michael, yeah. Isom resumed testimony. Craig Isom, retired detectives for Tallahassee Police Department, picked up reviewing a string of emails that she presented. The emails are from divorce filings between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markle. Markle said that in the email he doesn't want Wendy to have unpreserved contact with his children because the children had made comments like Grandma says that she hates you. In another email from Donna to Wendy in May 2013, on May 13, Isom testified that Donna referred to Wendy's relocation efforts and how they are extremely important to Donna. Several emails discussed relocation and plans to do secure relocation. Sounds like a great country band, Anna. Scared. Did Donald Adelson suggest a bribe to cause him to allow these kinds? Oh, okay, Moki. Joyce is here and she says hello. Did Donna Adelson suggest a bribe to cause him to allow these kids to move to South Florida? Champlin asked. Yes, Isom answered. Isom verified surveillance footage showing the hitman's vehicle training Markle and from his gym. He also talked to the jury through footage from a city's bus camera that captured the hitman's Prius. Detectives later used the video footage in conjunction with SunPass records to track down Prius to Sigfrido Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Isom explained. Isom testimony gets interrupted again. Craig Isom, a retired detective from Tallahassee Police Department, started walking the jury through a thread of emails, but not even minutes after he resumed his testimony, Leon Circuit Judge Stephen Everett asked the jury to leave again. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Everett asked the defense if the jurors needed to go home. Judge, I've said along. Josh Zellman, Donna Adelson, jury said, I know what your argument is. Everett said, interrupting him, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? Zellman and Jackie Fulford, Adelson's second attorney, are reviewing evidence that they think might warrant objections. Oh yeah, Moki. Yeah, I can understand that. Shout out to the cat. He needs a bath. You know, what must be done, but maybe you can let him sleep for right now and do it later. It's up to you. At least do it by tomorrow. Judge considers sending the jury home for the day. Leon Circuit Judge Stephen Everett said he is seriously considering sending the jurors home for the day, as he said they have wasted a lot of time discussing a matter that should be handled outside the courtroom. The defense objected to several items of evidence that the state has filed after returning to lunch, which has launched a long discussion about the relevance of his current emails and other evidence. Quote, what else does the defense need to look through on these exhibits? Everett asked Josh Zellman and Donna Adelson's attorney. Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit and deal with any objections regarding them, we will do so. However long that takes, but we are not going to be wasting the jurors' time. Everest added. Assistant State Attorney Georgia Chaplin said she doesn't think that the jury needs to be sent home. Does he have claws, Moki? My mom used to wash street cats, and she looked like someone tried to hack her arms off by the time she was done. Scared. Now, our cats just cleaned themselves. That's what our cats do. Jury returns state calls next witness. Assistant State Attorney Georgia Chaplin asked Craig Isum to retrieve detective details from Tallahassee Police Department to testify. Isum said that he met with Wendy Adelson roughly 3 hours after the murder. He told her he needed to speak with her about the incident involving her ex-husband. I reassured her that the children were not involved, Isum said. In his investigation, he had reviewed divorce filings detailing what Chaplin said were petty fights. Isum's testimony was cut short after Leon Circuit Judge Stephen Everett called the attorneys to meet for a sidebar. Some pissed off kitties. I reassured children were not involved, Isom said. In his investigation, he had reviewed divorce filings detailing what Chaplin said were petty fights. Isom's testimony was cut short after Leon Circuit Judge Stephen Everett called attorneys to meet for a sidebar. Anna said alien 2 times a year. She felt cats needed a soap and water. Scared. A pint of wine. Facts. Judge calls Donna Adelson out for emotional outbursts. The jury is dismissed for a lunch break. After the jury cleared the room, Leon Circuit Judge Stephen Everett. Addressed Donna Adelson above her visible reactions in her testimony. He said, as best as possible, she needs to control actions such as head movements, emotional outbursts. It's very important that you are able to control your emotions, Everett said. Do you understand? Yes, Adelson said. Three more witnesses take the stand. David Sims, former sergeant for Tallahassee Police Department, was called to the stand. He was the first person to arrive at the scene of Dan Markel's murder. Sims explained in the photos that the state showed in the courtroom of the car in the garage that broken glass scattered about and more. Any indication this was a burglary? Assistant State Attorney Georgia Chaplin asked. No, he answered. Any obvious signs of a struggle? No. Chaplin called Joan Matalese, a retired TP forensic specialist, to the stand, and Maltese collected evidence on the day of the murder. She explained that she collected Markel's broken glasses and dusted for the fingerprints, but there were no fingerprints worth sending to be tested in a lab. Big Deke. Scared. Big Lick. Big Deke. Free Deke. Scared. Moki, I use wet my hands, then go pet my cat and ride loose hair, and he loved it. I call it Big Lick. Yeah, Big Lick. Hilarious. Markel's wallet full of cash was found in the scene and didn't appear to have anything stolen from it. As Camplin concluded her questioning, gasps were heard from the gallery as the state showed pictures of Markel's body, swollen face in hospital the day he was shot and deleted. Donna started crying. Dr. Anthony Clark, a medical examiner who conducted Markel's autopsy, took the stand next. he explained an X-ray on Markle's head showing where the two bullets were that were recovered. More photos of Markle's face were displayed for the journey. His eyes were bruised, a deep purple color from the swelling. Clark said that the nature of the deletion was determined from the homicide. After brief testimony, Clark was dismissed. Oh, hello, Lynn. Good to see you. Well, it's nearly 2 a.m., still no sleep, so I've come for you for a bit. Oh, thank you, Lynn. It's very nice to have you as our guest. State calls for witness. The state called James Geiger, Dan Markle's neighbor, who found him deleted in the witness stand first. Geiger said Markle and Wendy Adelson had moved in the newlyweds just a few years prior to the murder. They seemed like a nice young couple, he said. It was his understanding that they were going through the divorce, but Geiger and his wife weren't close to Wendy and Markle. My cat has only 3 feet, and I think he has arthritis. He has been arthritis shots for months now, but I'm not sure if they're working. Oh. Everyone hit that like button. I would only say that for Alien. I hate that Eosh. Yeah, probe that like button for the spaceship. Thank you all very much. Assistant State Attorney Georgia Chaplin asked him to recount the day of Markle's murder and explain photos of the neighborhood showing his and Markle's house. He said he saw a rapidly leaving driveway after hearing a loud noise, and it caught his eye because it was going so fast at time. Geiger said he wasn't sure if it was gunshot, but his first thought was someone was trying to break into the house. The garage door was open. Markle's car was parked in the garage and still running, so Geiger said he returned to his house, assuming burglary didn't happen if Markle was still home, but sensing something was off, Geiger stood and continued watching Markle's house from his front window. Shortly after, he went back to check and saw broken glass eventually from the shattered car window and Markle's bloody head. I hollered, Danny, Danny, what's happening? Geiger said. There is no response. Immediately called 911. The state played a snippet of the 14-minute call. After he found Markle, he can be heard saying that it looks like someone may be tired of shoot him, but didn't know what happened. He still is alive and moving, Geiger said to the 911 operator. Scared. Defense presents the statements. Opening statements. Party on the spaceship. Facts. Donna Adelson's attorney, Jackie Fulford, opened for the defense, and she pointed to easels that hold picture of Danny Markle and Donna, and said the state presented a long information of the jury, but not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to this, and Fulford touted Markle's career and success as a lawyer and professor at the Florida State University Law School. He entered a lot but did not earn. It was for somebody to do this to him, she said. Okay. So, in this case, it's very important to see, because this can happen anywhere at any time to anybody. All right, so hello, Liberty. To answer your question, let's see. Now with Donna Adelson is not related to Meghan Markle. The Adelson family is a central focus, and Dan Markle, while Meghan Markle is a member of the. Oh wait, that's something else. Hold on. I'm gonna get your question answered right here. It got the wrong thing. To Meghan Markle. Oh no, not to Meghan Markle from the royal family. No. To answer your question, I see your question now. I see the whole thing. Yeah, to answer your question from what I'm reading here, no. They may have a similar name, but it's not. They're not related. To answer your question, Liberty. Yeah, Liberty. Scared. Alien tooted. Scared. Alright, and seeing here. What's this mean? All right, and I was looking up something, that's why I paused. All right. Now, Liberty, it's possible that Wendy might have done it. It hasn't been proven yet. They're not related to Meghan Markle. Right. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows Donna Adelson hired anybody to do this, Fulford said. Fulford touted Markle's career and success as lawyer and professor of Florida State University Law School. He earned a lot, but he did not earn was somebody to do this to him, he said. Markle's priority was his children, she said. The divorce and discussions of relocation that ended, nobody fighting anymore about the little boys would be, she said. Donna facilitated Skype video chats with the boys and Markle so that Markle could be a part of their lives. Quote, these kids were not deprived of their father, and their father was brutally taken from them. Fulford said they lost opportunity because somebody took it from them to grow up with their father. Fulford described Donna as a kind, caring, and loving person who cares more about people than she cares about herself. She described July 1814 that the day Markle was deleted, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera followed Markle everywhere until they ultimately followed him home and shot him with a revolver in the head. Hilarious, chat. In the instance, I cannot fathom how terrified that man must have been. Fulford said, the case is really a lot about the theory to motive, but not evidence, she said. The state of the whole Donna is the reason Markle's outrageous murder happened. Donna has been characterized as Matrich mastermind behind the murders. It's outrageous he got deleted, but it's also outrageous that we've been sitting here. Fulton said, I ask you plenty, sit here and really pay attention to the evidence that you hear every witness. She added, all the elements have been proven by evidence, not theory and motive, and there's not going to be evidence as she did this, Fulford said in a closing. Okay, state kicks off opening statements. The assistant state attorney, Sarah Catherine Dugan, faced the jury flashed picture of Donna Adelson from 14 launched the opener. Reasons were they reasons we are here today is because his defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of the conspiracy to hire a hitman to delete her former son-in-law, Dan Markle. Dugan said, and the last day of Markle's life began like any other day. He woke up, took his sons to preschool, and then went to the gym to work out. She said, unbeknownst to him, he was being followed by two hitmen who drove up from Miami with the sole purpose of taking his life. Markle was shot in the head in his car parked in the driveway. A neighbor saw a light-colored Prius racing away from Markle's home. Finding unusual that the neighbor went to check on Markle and found a gruesome scene, Dugan said. Very little evidence was left behind, leading police to believe he was a professional killing. During their investigation, it was found that Markle and Wendy Adelson, Donna's daughter, were in the midst of a nasty custody battle as Wendy was trying to relocate. Emails were found from Wendy that made it clear that Donna was the relentless driving force. Hello, 666. Good to see you, my friend. Dugan said that the defendant made numerous attempts to get Markle to allow the relocation. She offered Markle at $1 million bribe, suggested a way Wendy could threaten or bully Markle into submission. The evidence in this case will show you that the defendant's closest confidence was Charlie Adelson, Dugan said. Donna characterized Marco as a crazy person to Charlie and relied on him to solve her problem. Donna shook her head, though portions of Dugan's presentation to the jury when she recounted emails sent between Donna and Charlie while litigation for the divorce was still pending. Dugan said Markle was worried about Wendy trying to alienate him from his children. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and Adelson's big problem had been solved, Dugan said. After Markle was shot, police let Wendy make a phone call to her parents to let them know her ex-husband had been deleted. When she got off the phone, Wendy said the police they acted surprised that's a relief, Dugan said. When asked by law enforcement if anyone could have deleted Dan Markle on behalf, she also told police about her brother Charlie Adelson. He admitted to police that her brother Charlie Adelson had joked about looking into hiring a hitman to delete Dan Markle as divorce present, but decided to buy her TV instead because it was cheaper, Dugan said. Dugan recapped the connection between the Adelsons and the hitmen for the jury. At the time, Charlie was dating a woman, Catherine Magbuna, who had collections to people capable of carrying out a murder of Magbuana, had a child with a man named Sigfredo Garcia, Latin Kings, and gang members who she helped Charlie hire murder Markle, and Dugan said. Garcia and accomplice Luis Rivera were both convicted of murder of Markle. 5 people passed away so far from that bus crash. Scared. Rivera cut a deal with the state and told investigators the truth about the murder of Dan Markle and the people responsible for it. Dugan said he had told police that he was hired by Garcia and helped delete Markle and Garcia through Magbuna and was able to set up the job that would pay them $1,000. $1,000. How about that? $1,000 is better. Dugan said during the Charlie trial he claimed that Garcia and Rivera came on their own to Tallahassee to kill Markle without his family knowledge, and he and his mother were extorted by the hitman in Magbanua. Quote, for many reasons which will be revealed to you all, this trials Charlie's interpretation of the fact that it is not reasonable, Dugan said, as she wrapped up her opening. Dugan said the murder of Markle helped solve the Adelson's problem, but came at a very high price. At the conclusion of the evidence in the case, you will be conceived beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. In that point will ask for you only the verdict that does justice in the case, and this defendant is guilty as charged, and she said in his closing. Jury enters the room. The 12-person jury receives the standard instructions on their duty to adjudicate and deliberate on the case. Quote, the case must be tried by you only by the evidence presented during the trial. Leon County Circuit Judge Stephen Entrance said, jury must not conduct any investigation of their own. Jurors were instructed to not look at things outside of the courtroom, such as social media and news stories, to ensure information they have obtained is proper and relevant to the case. Courtroom 3G in Leon County Courthouse is filling up with spectators and family members. Harvey Adelson sits alone in reserved bench roughly 20 feet behind his wife, and on the opposing side, Ruth and Phil Markle, Dan Markle's parents, sit waiting to endure the fifth trial that has come as a result of their son's murder. Whispers float through the air as everyone patiently waits for the jury to enter the room. Oh boy, sports in chat and hubby watching Dallas. Fun. It seems like the sports cannot. She cannot outrun the sports conversation. It's like it has to happen. Will Wendy Adelson take to the stand on the first day of testimony? Okay. The state is expected to roughly follow the sentencing of witnesses in past trials. That means Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson's daughter and ex-wife of Dan Markle, may take the stand today. She was subpoenaed by the state and will testify with immunity as she has previously. The order of the day the trial starts in the earnest about 6:30 p.m. Thursday. Judge Stephen Everett announced that a jury of 12 men and women and 2 alternates had been chosen. The makeup of the jury was 8 men and 6 women. Pot stirrer. He told jurors he expected the trial would go through September 5 and possibly later. But the trial would be paused for Labor Day. As he sent jurors home for the night, Everett warned them not to discuss the trial with anyone. You can talk about how many wins the FU. I didn't mean it. That was funny. I got dyslexic for a second. The wins the FSU will have this year, he said, but you can't talk about the case. He asked the jury to report to the courthouse 8:45 a.m. on Friday. They will expect to wrap it up on 5:30 p.m. and they'll be back on Monday. Ben says, I live in FL and my teams are in Detroit, so I have to pay for the $380 sport pass to watch them. Scared. Common sense skepticism. Collide in the jury section. Legal analysts. Our legal analyst Tim Jansen, a well-known Tallahassee criminal defense attorney, offered his take on the strategy behind the jury selection. Jansen, who will be writing regular columns for Democrats during the trial, explored what the judge, prosecutors, and defense attorneys want of our jury. Did they get what they want? Time will tell. That is the lengthy update of the Allison trial. Alright, let's look at this list. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Alright. Okay, I guess we're going to do some of the Depp trial reaction. Shout out to everybody watching. Thank you all for tuning in. And probe that like button. Thank you. Hello, Durid. And Miranda, good to see you both. Miranda says, sorry, I'm watching Jersey Shore and keeping up with Emmanuel Harrow parents finally arrested. Oh, okay, let's look into that. Okay. The explosion in New Orleans and Harrow. I'll look into that too. I didn't hear anything. Alright, I don't know if I heard anything. Okay. Good lord. Alright, a fire happened in New Orleans. Thank you, Durid. New Orleans, an explosion in the fire at the Smitty Supply, at the automotive supply facility in Tang Ipaeho Parish on Friday. Promoted a mandatory evacuation, raised environmental concerns as residents reported oily residue mixed with rain falling over their cars and homes. Explosion at Highway 51 and 10. Thank you. Okay, Moki. Good night to you, and if you good luck to you with your pool day. You really are a trooper and resilient to go through all that, and your liver is too. May it keep on going. All right. Tang Ipaehoa Parish. I probably butchered that, by the way. Officials ordered evacuation within 1 mile radius intersection of Highway 51 and 10 in Roseland after explosions at Smitty Supply, a company that distributes lubricants and auto fluids. Alright, Durid said, I am now seeing it on the news. Oh dear. There are over 400 employees at Smitty Supply. Tanga Poa. Okay, thanks. Yes, Gloria. Yeah. There are over 400 employees at Smitty Supply. Authorities residents to relocate immediately and stay clear of the area until further notice. Highway 51 at Highway 10 remains closed. No injuries have been reported. The explosion produced towering flames and thick black smoke that could seen miles and forced evacuations from nearby residents. And additional residents in neighborhood communities such as Emite, location approximately 3 miles south, reported finding a black oily substance mixed with soot in Friday's rain. The oily residue was seen settling on cars, rooftops, and outdoor furniture. Yes, Dirt, I agree. Hopefully everyone did stay safe. Yes. The oily residue was seen settling on cars, rooftops, and outdoor furniture, raising environmental and health safety concerns of residents. The let's see. In the Tangapoa parish, President Robbie Miller said public efforts are underway to safeguard the lives and structures of local systems. Environmental Environmental officials have arrived on the site to evaluate the potential hazards and guide response efforts. Missing baby Emmanuel Harrow's parents arrested for murder in Cabazon. San Bernardino County Sheriff's officials on Friday, August 22, arrested the parents of missing baby Emmanuel Harrow on suspicion of murder more than a week after his mother said the 7-month old baby was abducted. They were arrested at their Cabazon home in Riverside County. Sheriff's investigators said they were still searching for the baby. Gloria Origel, SBCSD's public information officials, confirmed to USA Today that Jake Rebecca Harrow's arrests are linked to their son's disappearance, but said that no additional information is being released at this time. This morning, detectives from Sheriff's Homicide Detail Specialized Enforcement Division arrested Jake and Rebecca Harrow from their residence in Cabazon for the PC 187 murder. In San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said that the post on X shortly after 9 a.m. In unrelated 2023 court case, Jake Harrow and his ex-wife pleaded guilty in Riverside County on the child cruelty charges after his then 10-week-old daughter was admitted to a hospital with broken bones in 28, according to the Orange County Register. Here's what to know about the case. Emmanuel's Harrow's mother reports baby abducted. On August 14, Emmanuel Harrow's mother reported that the infant was kidnapped after she was attacked in Ukaipa. The assault of the abduction allegedly unfolded about 7:45 p.m. in commercial neighborhood in a 334,000 block of Yucaipa Boulevard, according to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Anna tells hello to Miranda. Rhode Island judge Frank Caprio has passed away today at 88. He was a Superman and champion for children. Go look at some of his bench times if you ever care about righteous judgments. Well, amen. Mother said several televised interviews that she was charged in the infant's. She was changing the infant's diaper in the parking lot of Big Five store just before the kidnapping. She told reports that she heard a voice say "Hola" before seeing flash of light and the awakening on the ground with bruised face to find the baby missing. Scent tracking dogs were brought to the ascent to the search, but the infant remains missing on August 16. They were considered the possibility that the parents may have harmed him after Emmanuel's parents were confronted with inconsistencies with the mother's initial statement. She subsequently declined to continue with the interview, an investigator said. Investigators have served several search warrants at the Harrow home, utilized canines to aid in the investigation. SBCSD said in the release. Hello, Shell. It's great to see you, my friend. Welcome. So, Shell, we're talking about. Oh, there's been an explosion in New Orleans, not where I am, and a bunch of oil and rain mixed together, dropping on cars, and it's causing a problem. This was brought to my attention, and also, and this missing baby Emmanuel Harrow, that the parents have been arrested. Joyce, absolutely sickening indeed. Yeah, good to see you too, Joe. Scent tracking dogs are brought in to assist the search, but the infant remained missing on August 16. They are considering the possibility that the parents may have harmed him after Emmanuel's parents were confronted with inconsistencies with the mother's initial statement. She subsequently declined to continue with the interview, investigators said. Investigators have served several search warrants as Harrow's home utilized canines in aid to investigate. SBCSD said in his release, authorities collect evidence, file charges in baby Harrow's case. Have a great weekend, Michael. Thanks for coming, buddy. On August 20, Mara Rodriguez published Information Officer SBCSD confirmed USA Today that investigators seized car belonged to Jake Harrow in evidence processing. Yes, Shell, I noticed that he looked sad. That we were talking about that yesterday. Yeah, definitely looks sad. According to California law, convicted charge. Oh, hello, Kay. Good to see you. Oh, okay, buddy. Uh, thanks for. Glad you're here. Okay, Joyce. Good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Take care. See you Monday. According to California law, if convicted, the charge carries a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison. Court documents reviewed by Los Angeles Times show that Jake Harrow, the father, was convicted of willful child cruelty in June 2023 separate case involving another child. His attorney told the paper that the family would continue cooperating with investigators. He added that Rebecca declined to take the polygraph test, but that's the only request she refused. They haven't ran what to make sure the public is aware. They have not gone anywhere. Attorney Vincent Hughes told the Times they're still in the family home, scared for their safety. Okay, so I see something right here. Former streamer dies, gets deleted live online during extreme challenge. French police are investigating the deletion of popular streamer who died was deleted during a nearly 12-day stream after apparently suffering abuse and humiliating treatment while viewers watched live. Raphael Graven, 46, known online as Jean Promenov or JP, is one of the biggest streamers in France, and the platform kick and died on Monday. Well, they just said News Nation that I didn't hear about 48 months unless he violated something. Oh, okay. The Nice prosecutor's office told CNN that the investigation had been opened into his death. An autopsy ordered. It said primarily results indicated that Permanov's death was not due to traumatic injury, is not linked to the involvement of a third party. So far, of the authorities have not announced any charges related to Permanov's death. The 46-year-old military veteran had built a following numbering more than 1 million across different platforms, streaming himself, playing video games. He had often appeared in extreme challenges where the streamers assaulted or humiliated him. That's quite messed up. But people, a lot of times on the platform, I'm not saying he is doing this like on purpose, but a lot of times, shots Mary Toodles. A lot of times you will have a situation where people will do all kinds of crazy things on a stream to get views. People troll a lot of times to get attention. So sometimes, or a lot of these prank videos gone wrong and stuff like that, you have like some sadistic people out there on both ends. So yeah, it just people, because they'll get the money and stuff and fame from the views, and yeah, just that's what some people do sometimes. And C announced his deletion death Monday on Instagram in the video live stream that appeared to show his deletion death after he stopped moving. Viewers donated money to send messages alerting the sleeping statements to Permanov's condition. Yes, yes, Kate, they are known for that. Now, I don't think every single thing that they put out is necessarily wrong, but sometimes with like political things they put out, I think could be very biased, in my opinion. In dozens of videos from the past live streams reviewed by CNN, Permanov appeared to be the target of jokes, bullying, physical attacks, and degrading the stunts. Videos from their joint live streams show Permanov's fellow streamers competing to see how long they could throttle him. The others show him being shot with a paintball or doused with water. The extent with Permanov virtually subjected himself to violence, or whether it was staged, was unclear. Thanks to the donations from subscribers, or group earned money from the live streams, Permanov's final stream, a counter of the top screen suggested, earned 36,000 euros, 42,000 from the days long stream. All right, Lynn, enjoy your weekend. Thank you for coming. CNN is not just biased, they simply lie about things. They had a reporter walking against a storm, and there was no storm. Yes, yes, they are known for that, definitely. Yeah, needless loss of life. And I'll also look this up from a non-CNN source to fact check this if it's real, okay, for UK. I'll do that. And yeah, so necessary loss in life indeed. And yeah, Kay, it would be nice if news was honest, Kay, if they didn't do stuff like that, but again, it's like they want views and money and stuff, so they'll like exaggerate things. And thanks to donations from subscribers, I read that, okay, leaving a mark. During the Permanov's final live stream, which appeared to run nearly 300 hours, participants were woken up by reviewing of a motorbike in their shared bedroom or the leaf blower. At one point, Permanov appears to be woken up when a bucket of water is strewn over him. In an interview on CNN affiliate BFMTV, Yasin Sadonai, a lawyer from Kent Onodati from C, said P suffered from cardiovascular problems. In one video, P talked of having to take medication. In another, C purports to read messages Permanov sent the mother, in which he complains of being held prisoner by his co-streamers. It's okay, Kay. You could just vent. You could rant. It's all good. The game is going too far, C said in his messages during the Permanov's last stream. I feel like I'm being held prisoner by the Shiati concept, C said, Permanov wrote. It's not clear who precisely Permanov was referring to, and in his latter clip, he tells C, you know what I'm like when I'm angry, in reference to the messages. In another clip, his mother berates Permanov over the phone for letting the co-streamers shave off parts of his hair. Oh, hello, buddy, cat. There's a little cat right here. Hello, buddy. Are you proud of your hair? Did you see what he did to you? She said, they are treating you like shit. Sadoni C, the lawyer, told BFMTV that Permanov's mother participated in staged stunts with the streamers. Kay said, I just cooked a whole package of bacon to take to a birthday breakfast tomorrow, so I'm on a banking high. Oh, that is delicious, and happy birthday to you. Yeah, that sounds very delicious. Enjoy it. It's very good. A common theme in discussions with his co-streamers was Pomenov's wish to marry and have children, a hope often drew apparently mockery from the streamers. The video from 2024, Parmenov was asked how he hoped to be remembered when he was deleted, when he died. No wife, no kids, but what a nice guy, Parmenov said. Me, what's on my mind? Now that's to leave a mark. An absolute horror. Saduni said C, known by his streamer name handle Naruto, had nothing to do with Pomenov's death, and said that the incidents targeted Pomenov's were all staged. Thank you, Rita, very much for being here and hitting the like button. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. We're talking about some new stuff that's going on. Quote, my client is ready to be heard and provide all useful information, he told CNN affiliate MFB TV. Tuesday, C also filed complaints with authorities that he had been being harassed online by Ponov's death, according to S. Tom Michael Safine, Hamadi's lawyer, told CNN affiliates Thursday, all that you see is not always simulated. A blow can't always be simulated. However, all that you see is consented to. CNN has reached out to Ponov's mother for comment. C and Hamadi were briefly detained as part of a police investigation into the humiliation of vulnerable people in January 2025. January 25, according to CNN affiliate. Alright, last part. According to NICE prosecutors, they denied commenting on any have been just charged with any crime. The death of Jean Permonov and violence he endured are absolute horror. French Secretary of State Artificial Intelligence Indigenous Affairs Clara Chapaz said in a post on X on Tuesday, Jean Permonov was humiliated and mistreated for months live on Kick platform, she added. Kick, the streaming platform the streamers used, said all those involved in the broadcast had banned pending ongoing investigation, which the site was cooperated with, the statement in CNN Wednesday. Well, it was supposed to copy and paste that, but it didn't work. All right, it's all over the place. It's on BBC. It's all over the news, all over different news platforms. Let's see. Yeah, all news outlets are, and this took place in France, by the way. It's all over the news. Every news outlets, right and left, up and down, is all talking about this. All right. So rest in peace to that streamer. Yeah, just internet could be a very dark place, and it's. I said people are very mean. The trolls and people want to do stupid stunts, and people, that's why it beware of the company that you keep, because it's very important to have life and people to do good streams and make content that everybody can agree on it's funny, not do anything disturbing like this where people are getting deleted over it. A needless loss of life indeed. Yes. Okay. Let's see, Johnny Depp trial. Look at some Johnny Depp trial reactions. Seeing which one. Johnny and Amber Heard meet. They encounter each other.
You're gonna hold that.
I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember.
Carino, this is published in the Washington Post on December 18, 2018. Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no. What did you mean by that?
I meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without specific research conducted in exactly that case.
The same as in the facts, that you, because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino number 14. This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino Deposition Exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No.
And why not?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit. It's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
Has, in your opinion, has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his generation, and that has been his reputation since you started representing him in October 2016. It still is today, and it hasn't changed during that time frame. Is that correct?
The view on his acting ability has not changed.
Well, I'm taking your definition of reputation. You said what they are known for. So I'm taking that specific definition, and I'm asking, is there anything other than that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has not changed.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capabilities?
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of reputation, which is what a person is known for, is there any aspect of what Mr. Depp is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Do you make any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
Yes.
And what is that distinction?
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was because he was not visible to the public.
And that was back in October 2016?
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change over time?
Yes.
And in what way did it change?
It changed with the exposure of that came with the lawsuits.
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that we've already taken a look at, Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15? No, I mean 14?
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No,
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that?
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in that have been made public.
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
I don't know exactly how or when they were made public.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there.
And Elaine is known to be asking questions that are completely ridiculous, that people can't answer. It just makes her case look really stupid.
But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
first the article itself that was in the paper, the why is J.K. Rowling genuinely happy about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence by Mr. Depp against her, are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun?
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
Okay.
Are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Do you remember which one that was?
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out here. And why, what is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
Conversations with colleagues and studio execs.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios or other executives?
Is hot sleep keep
Jerry Bruckheimer, probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirate 6 and Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Do you recall whether it was in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019?
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know. I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only person at Disney that you spoke with about Pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
right? And you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations, the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for Pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Wiggum, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. You had indicated that you believe that everyone was aware that the impact of
This is a companion of Johnny, Anna. Give you some more context about it. Come on. During the defamation trial on Wednesday, a pre-recorded deposition of Christian Carino was played for court. Carino, Depp's former agent, stated that he believed that Depp lost his role in Pirates because of Amber Heard's op-ed, as he spoke about the complications that the op-ed caused for Johnny in his career. Just a name. I'll give you his name. Christian Carino. Okay.
Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that. Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know. I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only person at Disney that you spoke with about pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that understanding you had
Campus Federal.
5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Whittle, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. You had indicated that you believe that everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp and Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I'm asking.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney?
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Wiggum say about
The
Disney
same.
making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp?
Same thing.
Okay. Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney during the filming of Pirates 5?
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
No.
Were you aware that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others who were on the project, about artistic differences? In other words, where Mr. Depp thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree with it?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of that?
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than. It wasn't the most successful installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirate 6?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but other people at CAA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wigham.
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which...
Okay. Maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we? It's close enough to it.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right. Before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take.
Based on your personal friendship with Ms. Heard, close personal friendship with Ms. Heard, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, at some point in time, after Ms. Heard filed those divorce papers in May of 2016, did she make any requests of you to intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through it.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you by Ms. Heard?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, this is a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion about the TRO and how we would deal with that because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting, and I set the meeting up.
So just so I understand, you set the meeting up at the request of Ms. Heard?
Objection.
Yes.
And as part of you setting up, she told you that it didn't matter. What I'm trying to understand, what was the issue with respect to the TRO?
My understanding of the restraining order, at least at the time, was that he couldn't go within a certain distance of her.
Okay. And what was her suggestion with respect to that issue in connection with her wanting to meet with him?
She promised me and told me to relay to him that she would never accuse him of violating the restraining order as a result of agreeing to meet her. And I believe, but I don't recall exactly, there were conversations with both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to borrow a friend's house, and Amber and I flew to San Francisco and drove to the house, and Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet
Yes,
in the same room?
they sat outside.
Okay. How close to each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
And how long were they out there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you were out there, were you in a position where you could see them through a window or otherwise?
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact happen?
Objection.
Yes.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Yes.
And was it the three of you?
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny left with his security in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
And do you recall any details of the argument?
No.
And for how long was this argument had in a hotel room?
Yes.
Did you witness the entire discussion, or did you leave at some point?
I left the next morning at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning.
And Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you. First, the bottom of the first page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it, can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber?
Oh, hang on. Let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
She did?
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say, seems like a press release. You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
Saying, why would you be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with?
And by him, you're referring to who?
Elon.
Okay. And at this point in time, were you still close friends with Ms. Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time, yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And she responds, I know, but I wanted time to grieve and recover in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know? Your understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
This
I don't believe there was a relationship at that point.
And you say, and you got that. No, she says, I hate that. Yet again, a man lets me fall on the spikes by myself. You ask, how so? She says, oops. Meaning they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, sorry. She says like that. You say, you could avoid all this if you stopped dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous. What were you relating to her there?
I believe what I was saying was, if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Sure. You indicated that she moved on immediately after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Do you have an understanding one way or another whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I don't know whether they were dating, but they had definitely spent time together.
Do you know how long after the San Francisco attempted reconciliation you gained the understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who or what was your understanding of who she was referring to when she was said, here, I love him?
Johnny.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did she consider you a confidant in your understanding?
I think, yes.
Okay, just to authenticate this document again, Mr. Carino, do you see that it's referenced at the bottom, date stamped CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
And having read this, do you perceive this as a true and fair copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, can you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard states to you, I've written so many notes. Can you give him one? I don't know how or where to start. There's no way to begin. And all I have to say, but I have so many. Finally, I am single, clear in my heart and mind. I just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to here?
Yes.
And who is Ms. Heard referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she asking you to do here?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
Oh. And did she also want you to, and it says, and that I am sorry. What was your understanding of what she was asking you to do there, if anything?
I believe that was all in reference to getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your understanding at the time of this text exchange, August 24, 2017, that Miss Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay. And I know this may sound repetitive, but on August 20, at the time of this text, on August 24th, 2017, you and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the date stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, God, I miss him. Do you have an understanding of what, who Miss Hurd is referring to there?
Yes.
And who's that?
Johnny.
And do you see at the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Perino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his acting endeavors and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
And was Mr. Depp's participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
Do you know whether or not it was something Mr. Depp enjoyed?
Yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Okay, next page, please. Hang on. Yes, it was around that time.
Around May 24, 2016?
Yes.
Did you have any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes.
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
Possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph. It says, to this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016, the enclosed notice of acknowledgement receipt form, confirming service of the summons, petition, law, case cover sheet, and blank response. Did you do that?
This letter was not directed to me, Elaine.
No, I understand it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bloom did not represent Mr. Depp in connection with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
So once Mr. Bloom gave this to you, then did you represent Mr. Depp going forward in communications with Samantha Spector?
Once we received this letter, our firm took over with representation of Mr. Depp in the dissolution action. I cannot recall whether or not the request made was done by Friday, May 27th, but I believe that it was. Probably have that notice and acknowledgement of receipt somewhere with a date on it.
Now, the next section, I think, is something that you referred to earlier. It said, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following. And it says appropriate pendente light support. Did you have an understanding of what that amount might be at the time that you saw this letter?
I did not have an understanding of what appropriate pendente lite support would be at that time.
Did you ask Samantha Spector?
I don't recall. I don't recall our specific communications regarding her requests.
Do you recall making any kind of counter to any of these items?
All I recall is that without any notice to us at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th, Samantha Spector and her client went into court and obtained a no-notice ex parte restraining order.
Had you had any communications with Samantha Spector prior to her going into court on that Friday, May 27th?
Yes.
How many communications had you had with Ms. Spector prior, following getting this letter and prior to her going into court at 8:30 on May 27, 2016?
I do not recall.
Do you have a recollection of whether any of the communications that you had with Ms. Spector between the receipt of this letter that's dated May 24, 2016, and Ms. Spector going into court on Friday, May 27, 2016, related in any way to requests on your behalf, on behalf of your client that you made?
No.
You recall having communications with Samantha Spector between May 24 and May 27. You can't recall how many, and you can't recall the specifics of those communications. Is that accurate?
It's not accurate.
And in what way? Please tell me.
I recall that we had communications between the 24th and probably the 26th. I doubt we spoke on the morning of the 27th before she went into court. I do not know the content of those communications, and I do not know how many communications were had.
Now, on the next paragraph, it has a proposal for private retired judicial officers. Ultimately, did you and Ms. Spector talk about using private retired judicial officers, whether it was the list she provided or any others?
I believe so, yes.
And what do you recall?
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public spectrum?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Hancock Whitney has just made being in business so much easier.
After your understanding was that a CLETS-DV TRO was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
After that, did there come a time that you or anyone at your law firm communicated with the Eastern Columbia Building concierge staff or management?
Was those the downtown lofts?
The penthouse lofts, yes. And if it's easier for you, everyone's been referring to the Eastern Columbia Building as ECB. Would that be helpful at all?
Sure.
Or we can, if you prefer to call them the penthouse loft building, that's fine too.
Now that we've identified them, I understand what you're talking about. We can call them whatever you'd like. Did someone from my firm speak with somebody at those buildings? Yes.
And who from your firm spoke with someone at the buildings and when?
I believe either I did or my partner Samantha Klein or an associate who was also working on the case, Lisa Sutton from our firm. We also had co-counsel on the case. They may have been involved. As to when, I have to imagine it was sometime in June or July of 2016.
No, you indicated either you or Samantha Klein or Lisa Sutton, and you also had co-counsel. Do you have a specific record?
So yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence. And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Heard's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Doherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
See the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Schulman?
Robin Schulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Schulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
I don't know whether she's an attorney. A number of our communications department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Schulman is asking Ms. Weitz, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica White's?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please. Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael. I didn't.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about it's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so this is Jessica White's sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great. And let's go to the first email first, the email that starts in the second half of ACLU 185. It purports to be from Robin Schulman to Jessica White's on November 29. Do you see that?
I do.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
So I assumed that it was not an attachment, but it was just pasted into an email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either. But what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weiss for Jess Weiss to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. What does that refer to?
That refers to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues and how important they are personally to individuals. And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Hurd's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
And the rage would be directed against Johnny Depp, who purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin says to Jessica, your lawyers should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Whose lawyers is she referring to there?
I believe these are Amber's regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between Amber and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica White's to Amber Heard, she says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did Jessica White's pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU who runs the whole legal department, our programmatic litigation work on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
But it never got to your level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No one asked you to review the first draft of the op-ed?
No.
Did anybody ever ask you to review any drafts of the op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the Washington Post?
No.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
Okay, and is this a document that was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
All right, let's move please to Exhibit 37. Have you ever seen Exhibit 37 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a draft of the op-ed that Robin is sending to Amber after a conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed that were relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Schulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did Ms. Schulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences that Amber Heard has had that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful. True?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 38.
Hello, Ali. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. We're doing fine. We're reacting, to some of these depositions. So it just shows Amber Heard's trickery in these situations, in our opinion. And thank you, Ali. I'm glad that you came to say hello. It's nice seeing you.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang, and her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she, Jerry is a he, and Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations with Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions were the New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whose responsibility was to place the op-ed? Was it the ACLU's, Ms. Heard's, or some combination of the two?
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department.
Ali, I wasn't surprised about the verdict either in Wolfenbarger, because there just seems like there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. And the state of Georgia in Fulton County is very cringe, and they are known to be, like Miss Hilton. Hilton's the one that was trying to convict the YSL group, and she failed. So I just think there's corruption in it, and there are a bunch of goofy people. And yeah, I agree with the verdict that it doesn't seem like the proof or evidence is there, although we don't really know who did it. It just wasn't there to convict him. And yeah, and it seems like he didn't do it. Probably someone may have wanted revenge on them for deleting somebody else because their parents were deleting people. So it could have been that, or the Waffle House guy. I've gotten a big conversation about that earlier, about the Waffle Houses. But yeah, so I agree. Ali, very good point. I mean, I don't put it past him, but I also don't think he had enough. Right. Another series of eruptions immediate as Hawaii's Kauai volcano erupts. Alright, so it's episode 31 begins. So the lava from the volcano in Hawaii is erupting right now. I'm seeing it right now. Thank you for that. Yeah, now some people think that they didn't have their hands in it, but it's kind of weird how their parents were deleting people and she gets deleted, and or it's somebody that wanted revenge on them. It's very suspicious, indeed, Ali. Yeah, and so it's a combination of factors, and I don't think there's enough evidence to convict him. And I remember they're trying to get the guy to stand up, and he can't stand up because he's in a wheelchair. So that was something that was quite comical. And some context with the volcano. Yeah, very dysfunctional indeed, yes. Yeah, he was found not guilty. Lava surges as episode 31 begins. Alright. The volcano eruption began this afternoon, sending lava foundations shooting from, I'm going to butcher this probably, Hal Mayu crater, as the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory warned residents about the potential hazards. The eruption started at 2:04 p.m. Foundation from north vent that reached roughly 100 feet high initially. Previous episodes have produced foundations over 1,000 feet and eruptive plumes as high as 20 feet above the sea level. The HVO said all activity remains confined to Helmiua crater with Hawaii Volcanoes North Park. Officials said commercial airports in Hawaii are not affected. Winds from northeast 15 to 20 miles per hour may push volcanic gas and fine particles toward areas southeast southwest, according to National Weather Service. Yeah, so rest in peace to to her, and I hope at some point they could find the killer at some point who did it. And there was an explosion in New Orleans. There was a oil thing that blew up somewhere in some other part, and it's quite scared.
It wasn't New Orleans, it was Roseland, Louisiana. It's about an hour and 15 minutes from here.
Yeah, I didn't think it was around here because the name wasn't anything around here. But just that one of the people said it was in New Orleans. I'm not really familiar with the name, but I didn't think it was in this area. We would have. I said I didn't hear anything or see anything here. So yes, it's not in the city of New Orleans, but it's somewhere, or somewhere nearby, like an hour away. And also, what happened was with there's some streamer that was through some daring activity in a stream. It was passed away from some thing gone wrong. That was something we talked about before. And this hurricane in the ocean is going out into the ocean, and it's going away from the East Coast. Right. Very messed up family. It was a very strange story. And also with Adelson, we're going to see if Wendy was really a culprit in the crime. And that one has been interesting so far. That's another crazy case that we've been looking at. So, I do agree. Yeah, the verdict, I thought was going to be not guilty. With the Dolph trial, which I was keeping up with, the guy could have done it, but there wasn't really the evidence to convict that guy either. And he had good attorneys, and the prosecution was very stupid. And so that's some trial updates about what was going on. Yeah. Here we go.
People with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work. But as we can see from this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
And Mr. Johnson writes, since the draft turned out pretty strong and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does she mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears to be the analysis of how broad-based and how what kind of reach the media outlets where we can place this will have, and that media outlets are more likely to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one, and if it is, and to the extent that it is written by a person who's an entertainer or a well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience, and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
And Ms. Heard had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the op-ed to come out just after Aquaman was released?
I do recall that there was a conversation about the optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
And as part of that conversation, Ms. Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the op-ed to come out soon after Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Who did she relate that to?
I don't recall, although I believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Is Exhibit 38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by people with knowledge and prepared in a contemporaneous manner?
Yes, it was.
And it was made in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, it's not that long.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are further communications among employees, staff members in the development department regarding the placement of Amber's ad and the finalization of the op-ed piece. Not ad, I'm sorry, op-ed and the finalization of it.
Great, and if we could move ahead, please, to ACLU 257, and specifically the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on December 11th, continuing on to the next, or strike that. Let's go to the email on the last line, Jessica Weitz's email. She says, team.
What's the timestamp? What's the timestamp on the email that you're referring to?
I'm sorry. This is December 11th email at 11:05 a.m.
Okay.
From Jessica Weitz. You see that? Okay. And she says, Amber sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which specifically neutered much of the copy regarding her marriage and the domestic violence. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
I'm not sure about the use of the term neutered here, but I do know that her lawyers removed references to her marriage and divorce.
And then she writes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our.
And Allie, if you're still here, Anna says hello to you.
Issues.
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these decisions with Amber's PR representatives involved.
Okay, let's move back to an email in the middle of 257.
Okay.
And it is from Jessica Weitz, time-stamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Robin, her lawyers omitted the below, but Amber would love to see a way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final. 2 years ago, I sought a temporary restraining order from my then husband. Ellipses was changed to 2 years ago after successfully acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber so that when Jessica told Robin that that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
Okay, and finally, let's look at the beginning. The first email, Exhibit 41, from Stacy Sullivan to Jessica Weitz, says, yes, and I need to read the latest version, and Robin told me Amber's lawyers took out some of the stuff that made it really powerful. So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think from Stacy's perspective, the more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post, you know, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's email.
Okay. And is Exhibit 41 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business by people having knowledge and done so contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Okay. Directing your attention to the first page in Exhibit 43, from Jessica Weitz to Sean Waltz. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.rconsulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes in it people.
All right, Anna. All right, Anna, good night to you, Anna. Thank you for coming.
Other than ACLU employees and ACLU consultants, so I'm assuming it's somebody relating to, one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George is?
George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
And she's announcing to the group that it's going to the Washington Post, a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
take it the ACLU was pleased that it was placed in the Washington Post.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier, but I just want to confirm that for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And why the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Placing op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR people should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we placed this one.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacy Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacy Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent her original request to Michael Duffy and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what was the purpose of her sending them this email?
This was her attempt to get the op-ed placed.
And she writes, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
All right, let's look, please. Let's turn to Exhibit 73.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece, and my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post, would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the person who wrote the op-ed.
Did the Washington Post seek the ACLUs or misheard?
Okay, Rita, good night to you too. Yeah, you have a great weekend also. Not going to be on for much longer anyway. So, yeah, you have a good weekend too. Take care.
Approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do not usually ask for the permission of the author of the op-ed for when they come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Doherty. Would you please, or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which is Bates number ACLU 623?
Hold on, I'm just making it a little bigger. Okay, yes, I have seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
That's correct.
And what is it?
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically ties Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD, what did she mean?
I speculate that she was saying that there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless
Okay, everyone, so now we have completed that video of Depp's deposition. We have finished all the topics for tonight, and I want to thank all of you for coming. It was a very good stream, and everyone have a great weekend and take care. Peace. Doesn't work. Because we just finished a video. We're done for the night.